Going DC'd. I didn't get the spam step teammate fast enough. Get the sack off, that's unfortunate. I'm just dead to air. The best bleeds. Really skill comp. How you doing, Anomaly? Yeah, we're on the PTR also. Playing Room Issues with Egg on retail, obviously, and then we have the public test realm. And then we'll play Kata in a couple days for Shrink one. I don't know if I'll stream Kata though, but we'll see. I'm on a Dragon Rogue. Hey, just finish up all the 636s or whatever, you know, whatever's the biggest upgrade. And this guy just won't do it, man. I guess I'll just kill him. We had a 3 mil secret actually, because 2 out of 3 hits crit. That's way more than I normally get. Does this guy have like no Versa or something? Yeah, he's in PvE gear, that's why, okay. I stream full time. I make less than minimum wage usually doing it, but I make 1,500 to 2,500 a month generally, and my rent is like 1,700. So luckily, my girlfriend also works, you know. But we've been living together for 3 years. My share of the bills and everything is usually like 1,200 ish. But at least I get to do what I enjoy, you know. Back up for that, feels bad. Crazy that you can't miss Shadow Crash, that it just literally auto aims. Like, we're tired of people botting. We're just gonna make everyone a bot legally. Shouldn't have bombed here because he already dispersed. I wanted to get like a half sap with it to CC through, but it wasn't really worth it. He has no block, so he's just dead, I think. That's crazy. This team didn't fake any kicks or do anything, but they're playing Holy Pally X, so they get to have 20 defensives to flowchart through. Thieves Bargain is still in the game, but I might stop playing it on the PTR. Because I think I want Flagellation to line up with Blades to have the same CD. I don't think it works that way, but I could test it later. I only play the game as singular global. All 3 CCs just broke there. Love the game. I think it is flag, yeah. Now on the upside, at least, now that we get 10 combo point finishers on the symbols rework thing, like 2 finishers fully stacks your flag. I shit you not. I just wish they would give flag 1 combo point and make it work with blades so that you could do it mid-go, but I think it's fine to like stun and then flag probably, unless they're an orc. Like cheap shot flag into like rupture wouldn't be good, but because yeah, basically with this you get this and this makes it to where symbols gives you 2 blue points that you don't actually have to do the blue point minigame anymore. Because it'll work on a 7 point and it just adds to the maximum combo points spent. So if you don't pick like this version of Reprimand where it buffs backstab, which is useless because you're never going to press backstab, so you just do this where you get +3 combo points after symbols 2 times. So like how these 2 blue points are here, even if I do a 7 point, yeah, it's PTR. Playing Dragon Rogue. I think Night Elf Rogue is still better, but it's something interesting also with dragons. Not only does the double jump just cancel getting knocked back, so you can never be knocked ever, but you also get 2%, 2.5% extra mastery, which is pretty imba because like Night Elves only get 1% critter haste. But yeah. And then the knockback, they already pre-nerfed it to a 3-minute CD instead of 1.5 minutes. But that's still, a knockback is still insane to have, you know, like just knock someone in a bad spot and go them behind a pillar. Like you just stun someone and then you just go knock them behind the pillar and kill them. Like that is busted for a rug to have. Makes me wish they would just make Night Elf not drop combat and PvP just to actually play this, and just Night Elf would only be for like melding storm bolts and shit. But yeah, knockback just cancels getting or double jump cancels getting knocked back. And you get to pretend you're a demon hunter even though it's way slower of a double jump. And there's no wings. That and dragons can have much skimpier transmogs and much cooler hair customization colors where you can do 2 different hair colors and highlights and shit. Like the amount of character customization shit you can do on dragon is crazy. But yeah, I think Night Elf will still be the best, but 2.5% mastery though is nice. And you get to look like a human without iMorph. There's another pro. I'll probably end up doing it, even though Meld is probably better. Like if you're gonna play any Outlaw or Asa, Meld is 100% better. One of these changes coming next week, literally next Tuesday. When Sub is gonna lose the cooldown reduction in Sepsis, Outlaw is gonna lose Step, and then Asa gets dumbed down even more in a positive way, where Venom will always give you Slice. It doesn't just refresh Slice anymore. So Asa's the only one that gets dumbed down in a positive way. But yeah, I think Feral is the true play, but yeah. I blade for this next scout. Fuck's using Bear and Earthen. I wanted to stun the Feral before stunning Shaman, so he wouldn't get in the Earthen, but oh, he just killed through both. Okay. In this matchup, it's really good to go spam Shadow Step your teammate and OP God Cloak. They're not really gonna get that much dual kills here, I don't think. And just extra healing done. Whatever I can do to just live so Feral doesn't kill me in 2 globals. I don't think you can avoid static because you're like still trapped in it. How you doing, Lazy? Next week, on the 22nd, yeah. It was supposed to be November, but they announced it a couple weeks ago what the date was going to be. So it's going to completely change up the meta, and everyone's going to have like 2 or 3 weeks to adapt for the Gauntlet and finals of AWC in a very different meta. They just made the flagellation have a different tooltip. I would have liked to get more with blades there, but didn't really get to do my rotation because he's an orc. I should have just did gouge kidney. I just can't do my rotation on cheap shot. Gonna resheep Windwalker here, I think. Saved by the passive. Pauses me even though the Windwalker can't get here. Monk has disarm, so I have to stun him before the healer. Otherwise, he would just disarm me as soon as I stun his healer. I'm gonna cloak this weapon enchant dot so I can get a bandage off. Might just die here. Nice sheeps. 3 sheeps to dispel. Love to see it. Finally got sack. Got the fuse up here. Bro. That's so cooked. I hate Holy Pallies so much, man. Even like the worst Holy Pally player of all time just has like 5 minutes worth of cooldowns. I really should have never buffed that class. Like the only meta I can hate worse than a Holy Pally meta is like a Resto Druid meta. Just so damp. Plus, it's really good. Trill runs 4-set, but I don't want to wear 4-set. This is just my acid gear. Eventually, I'll have both options in a couple weeks. I think having the wrong gear for sub is way less of a deal than having the wrong gear for Asa. Wrong gear for sub is way less of a deal than having the wrong gear for Asa. But Trill plays 4-piece in 3s on sub, like in tournament even. But I think that's just because he only plays Roguelock. So you can kind of play that differently than like RMP. Like you can play depths, you can play 4-piece. How you doing, Dex? He also plays like 0 mastery. He just goes like full Versa. Like 30 plus Versa on sub. He has like 60% mastery instead of like 80 plus. Thank you, Looney. I think 4-piece is worth it on Asa. It's just extra scoreboard pad, but yeah. High skill ceiling. Probably Rogue. Or Mage or Warlock, just like any of like the... They're always broken, but they're broken because they have so much more potential. They're not just some degenerate cheese, you know? Not a PvP talent that's getting nerfed. It's just Shadow Dust being gone. Turn the bomb here. I didn't think you'd get the DB sheep that easily. Awkward, I didn't know he was gonna get the wall off either. Yeah, we got turtle. Poor guy was just walled off the entire game, locked in the room. And the changes on the PTR are you can be a dragon and get an extra 2.5 mastery and double jump and be unknockable and have a knockback for knocking people around the pillar. You get Tyrion is flat out reworked into a passive on backstab. But I choose, because I never press backstab, so I choose to just get even more value from blue points. So with this plus this, Symbols gives you 2 plus 3 combo point things. Like past the maximum, so you can do 10 combo point finishers. So it makes Secret Tech do a lot of damage. And then T will passively auto waste itself at 30 energy, which you can't opt out of and is terrible. But also, T is not actually worth 20% with how mastery scales. It's like 12% or something. I forget who did the math. But the 10 combo points is way more damage than the mastery on T. And I think flagellation is there just because with 10 combo point finishers, it's really easy to stack flag up really quickly. And then bargain is still in the game, but I think it's less valuable to use now because you want flag to line up with blades because they made blades baseline 90. So it's a smaller percentage for bargain's value anyway, because bargain now lowers blades by 18 instead of 24. So if you really want a minute 12 blades instead of a minute 30 blades, I guess. But like the main reason why bargain also was good was that it lowered the CD of vanish. And the CD of vanish doesn't really matter if it's not giving you cooldown reduction. Because now you're not just vanishing for the sake of vanishing. You're not, oh, I kicked this guy, vanish, Shatter Strike, teleport across the map, kick this guy, you know, reset my kidney. If you're not just blowing vanish for purely the cooldown reduction, and you're just using it entirely for mobility or defensively, you don't really care if it's a shorter CD because you're going to be holding on to it like half the game. So I don't think bargain has as much use. I don't think only 18 seconds more on blades is worth it for getting a gigantic damage penalty, especially if you feint more, because the damage penalty is also baked into feint, and you're going to be feinting more because feint is off global now. I mean, the consensus is CDR is the entire point of sub. But yeah, right now the damage seems really crazy on the PTR. So I don't know. And then it's really easy to stack up flag with the 10 combo point finishers. Like I'm getting like 1.5 million secret or more on a player, usually averaging out all 3 hits without a crazy amount of crits instead of a million. On Avis, it's about the same / maybe like 200k more, which isn't worth it, but. I'm gonna get hodged really soon. There's coil for me. Meld it. JK, it doesn't go off even though I pressed it. Probably just dead to dots here. Red lock dots don't let me eat because they just passively stand you up every global because this game has a billion bugs. Every corruption tick just makes me sit up for no reason. Been like that this entire expansion. He has sack here, so it's a terrible go. I'm just going because he's sheep DR. Then next go is the real go. Overlap kicks, he's gonna have to block. Locked did 29 million healing. Nice. Yeah, I need to compare Rupture with 10 combo points versus 7. If I Rupture here, 98k a tick. If I Rupture it with symbols, it used an anima charge, but it's not. This one's 114, so maybe this one did scale. Oh no, it's because finality. I was comparing finality. Yeah, that's right. So if I did cancel all these modifiers, 105 finality rupture versus I guess symbols itself is also buffing this 114. Yeah, it definitely doesn't seem good to ever like. I mean, I guess it's perma snapshotting, is it? Okay, maybe it is good. Can't tell if it's ever worth to do a 10-point rupture because it doesn't seem like it actually benefits from it. The big debuffs is on. I just wish Nimble Flurry wouldn't break CC. It's really dumb that I have to like cancel Flawless for him. To not make every single auto attack or everything break CC. Same with Singular Focus Bug, like the hero talents are just so bad for PvP. Yeah, it's still 6 seconds. I mean, that's what they're doing, right? I think CDR is toxic, but they need to take it away from all the other classes too. There's so many like, oh, if this ability lands lower CD type things. like shifting power or landing CS, or there's like a few things for SP, and then like Paladin has a bunch of cooldown reduction on stuff, and then yeah. One of the hero talents lowers the cooldown of True Shot for marksman. Like, I don't know. If you want Omnibar to be truly accurate, for people to be robots and not have to think for themselves or like guesstimate things, then nuke the CDR for everyone. The sap indicators are built into Better Blizz plates and frames. Creativity, Zach. Sufficient enough to observe auras and debuffs. Yeah, but I also like seeing the decimals of things on Omni CC. Or like restuns and stuff. Crazy is that Hunter pressed like 0 buttons and did the same damage. Oh, it's because time dial. This is all fake damage. This is just damage to himself from the healer. I was like, I swear that guy pressed 1 global and did the same damage. Any feral nerfs? I don't think so. I mean, they're like being reworked though, right? So it's not like they're like just being removed with no replacement. It's just they're just dumbing it down and making it easier to play because only a couple people can play sub. Which in general is positive for the majority of people that don't really think about how they use their vanishes. And good for some of the sweaty people that like overly use their vanishes trying to do flashy shit. Now you just, have someone yanking your chain. Telling you to be a proper PV or. The hero play is not possible. You can't outplay yourself. I think all of the concepts of like CC and DR and cooldown management stuff is going to be similar. It's just you're not going to be able to do as many like curveballs. There's no more like kick the guy, vanish, re-kick the guy. And you're going to feel the kidney nerf way more not having it get vanished. Well, with the 10 combo point things, you're gonna get those count more for finishers because all the stuff is per combo point spent, right? I mean, in the grand scheme of things, if you're just doing one charge of symbols and you're doing two 10-pointers in a row instead of two 7-pointers in a row, you're only spending 20 combo points instead of 14, so it's only 6 more combo points spent, so it's only like 3 more seconds of dance reduction. But you feel it a lot on flagellation because you like fully stack flag and like 2 finishers, maybe 3, instead of like 5, which is kind of crazy. More so if you double symbols the same go, but that's sketchy. Rails right here, and I spammed my sat macro and it didn't go off. Good. Not playing duel, otherwise I probably could have killed him there for how greedy he was. Wish this brute would ever break on damage. I didn't want to cloak the root because I'm playing OP cloak. I want to actually remove a lot of bleeds with it. Or such bitch. No, it's just my acid gear. I think having the wrong gear for sub is way less bad than having the wrong gear for Asa. Because one's an actual PV spec where PV matters, and the other one you're just being a support bot anyway. Pretty similar, just, yeah. More damage, less situational decision making, more dumbed down. I'm gouging for combo points to kidney. Because doing cheap shot ghost kind of sucks. And it pre-CCs the guy, so I have time to go CC the healer and then get back without to the feral without breaking the gouge. Like if he didn't DB the healer, I would have cheap shot healer and then or blinded healer and then kidneyed the kill target out of the gouge. But at least druids can't beat orcs, so it's okay to do cheap shot openers on them, but yeah. A lot of times it feels really shitty to like get 2 globals off on like an orc monk or something and then have them port. Might get soloed here, nice knock. I'm actually gonna die to just the HPL on Moonfire. What a joke. The guy was in bear the entire game and did more damage than me. Tanked like 7 finishers with blades at like 40%. While his healers in CC. How's your day going? It's going okay. Outside of the fact that I'm playing double DPS 2s and just fight HPL Feral every game. Or HPL something else every game. But, you know, we're chilling. Tested some stuff out on the PTR. I'm actually less sad about the rework than I thought I would be probably so far. Alright, the damage is obviously going to get nerfed, I think. And then we'll be right back at square one with just less outplays possible. There is like way less depth in it, but sometimes like it makes you play better not having as much freedom. Weird as that is. Because most people are their own worst enemy of like trying to have too much fun. The dance charges. That's like the one thing I'm kind of a little worried about, but I do think the 10 combo point finishers will help a little bit with that. Yeah, if you're gonna heal Blitz, I would just play Monk. Monk is like the best healer by far in Blitz. Ten combo point finishers even Ascendants, yeah. Funny because it makes Flag like stack up in like 2 finishers. But Flag might be decent, and that's why you might want to drop Bargain. So that Flag and Blades line up naturally, because they made Blades 90-second baseline. I think Bargain isn't really worth the damage nerf if it's only reducing Blades by 18 and the Vanish CDR is pointless. New Human Racial? No, I'm playing Dragon. Because you could be Dragon Rogue. Now you could be Dragon anything almost. Except for the, like Paladins and Druids and stuff. Yeah, Yeah, if it's like pre-flag, kidney, blades. Obviously, this is just AoEing all the target dummies, but. And PvP target dummy is like way higher than it should be. But this secret tech hit like 9 things because it hit all 3 dummies, but. Another feral healer? No way, man. It's 1 minute, or it's still 90 actually. I think they reverted that. But like the 10 common plate finisher stacks it up really fast. And hits hard. And we could finally probably drop bargain. I have multiple WoWs open. Yeah, I pay 2 subs. I have a WoW 1 and WoW 2. But right now, playing the PTR, you could dual box that even on one account. It's just a different version of WoW. Granted, you need multiple subs to dual box Classic, though. You can't play Classic and Retail at the same time unless you have 2 accounts. But like public test realm and betas and stuff like that, you can. Yeah, usually when I'm sitting 2 different shuffle queues, it's because I had 2 different accounts for playing Classic in the past. I wanted to duel there, but I'm not playing duel into that matchup. I've gotten so over all of the degenerate feral healers every single game that I literally started playing OP cloak and step your teammate. And I just run the whole game. And step my mage like 20 times in one game. Nah, I'm just spamming my sap 1, 2, 3. Rogue's usually pretty good about finding feral, I feel like, but you never find hunters. They always find you first with track hidden, but yeah. By center spec, I think it's still beast mastery, yeah. The joke spec, just Xbox controller do crazy damn even with the nerf. Play like some random max range dampener, you know, BM Hunter Ellie type thing. Shouldn't have blades the opener, I guess. At least he trinket bopped first club. Didn't have symbols for this, but we still got disperse anyway. Symbols live at like 1, so I didn't get to 2-piece buff my secret tech. Get sacks, have to wait. Getting hoshed off this and probably 100 zeroed, even though I have cloak. Wow, what a surprise. I mean, visual, I think it's just the overall animations of the game. I think they used to be way better before Legion. Everything is like too stiff now, and there's just too much Michael Bay AoE explosions everywhere. I think if you just watch someone play like Kata or Mop, it's just so much more visual fidelity. You just see what's actually happening. Like even on the lowest of low settings on retail, there's still just too much shit all over the screen. I don't like none of it like stands out and looks good. I don't really like how the animations look nowadays. More about like the overall character movement and just how movement feels. It's very different than how it used to be. Like if you play like Male Undead, that's like the most noticeable one. Have like these T-Rex arms that you're like tripping over now. Didn't Blades the opener because I thought he would just drink it for me. Apparently he broke the sap by his spell stealing and it proccing his weapon enchant. That's funny. I was wondering why that broke. That's the most annoying one too, is like on healers. You do like a stun blind sap or like a kick into blind sap, and they just always go into combat for no reason with like no totem out, no pet, no nothing. And it's like usually like an H PAL, right? It's just their weapon enchant procs off some random hot or something. And it's just like, okay. They deserve to not get sapped here. Like imagine if that happened to any other class. Oh, your in cap just randomly grayed out for no reason. But it sucks because like sap is like a cool part of like the flavor of the game. Having like an improved gouge that replaces sap would just be shit game design. It just sucks how many like bugs and stuff there are. SCS. I don't know if I can kill him right now because he's a bear. I might just die in one stun. I have step in half a second. I'm blind for healer, but couldn't even kidney here, but I'm just dead here, I think. Gonna have to block soon. Like I'm just dead to bleeds. Yeah. Pretty skill, pretty skill. Sit bear the whole game. How you doing, Chuck? I don't know how they keep buffing ferals, man. Like, I have never seen a feral player do anything good ever. They all have like 3 seconds of brain lag, power shifting. They never like pre-bear anything well. They just sit bear for 20 seconds straight, not even weaving in and out. They never land their kicks. They don't even bother to try to fake kicks and get good precogs. They either overfake 9 times in a row and don't even get your kick, or they just eat every kick on CD just to get kicks out of the way for their teammates. Like, this version of Feral is like twice as broken as Dragonflight Boomy even. It's kind of insane. Like, I'm surprised I haven't queued into double Feral yet in 3s. Sure, it would be like one of the best comps, actually. Look the fear. Oh, he wants to hodge me. Hit by the passive. They deserve that shield at low HP. White Tendril is just killing me through the pillar. Quality game design. Am I blind for the next go still if I live? I don't think I do though. Pally's gonna come haunch me. I don't think I've had a single mirror in hundreds of games. I don't think I've had one the entire season. Like maybe if I'm playing at all, I'll see like a rogue mage at like 1600 or something, but yeah, no one like actually wants to just lose every game as double DPS. Like if you have like a 60 or 70% win rate as double DPS, you probably have a 99% win rate just playing with a healer. It's just exponentially more work to just kind of RNG lose half your games because there's an HPAL, you know. Because it takes you like 5 minutes worth of goes to go through multiple saved by the passives, multiple 90-second trinkets, probably 3 bops in a bubble. In addition to the DPS's cooldown every other go as well. So it's a DPS cooldown, 1 of 5 or 6 HPAL buttons, DPS cooldown, 1 of 5 HPAL buttons, DPS cooldown, 1 of 5 HPAL buttons. Like, if they have, like, half a brain and they don't overlap, like, 6 things in the same go, it should take them at least 5 or 6 minutes to run out of stuff. Even though you're supposed to be on, like, a 1-minute timer, because, like, you know, even if you run away, get a bandage off, get food off, it doesn't really save you. Why double DPS just isn't really that viable anymore. Hasn't been for like a decade at this point. Like you can make it work because most people that play twos are really, really bad. And it's just like a play for fun for cap bracket, but there's never been an expansion ever where double DPS has been like showing up in more than half your games, out representing healer DPS, and being #1 in the twos bracket. Like, yeah, you can have like 1 or 2 people get top 50, top 10, maybe even top 1, like, you know, top 100 on like 1 or 2 teams on the entire bracket. But it doesn't mean it's like good just because people make it work. Because the majority, you know, that's just like being really picky with your queues and being like, okay, like good players are on. I guess we just stop queuing. You know, like not just feeding Magnus and Dino 0 and 50. Waiting for him to leave form and then I'll gouge him out of form. Okay, I just die in a bash because he's gonna triple stun me. That sucks. I gave him cog there. At least we got skin, even though I didn't really use anything. Sucks we used the sheep DR. He's just gonna have to use a second block. I'm not even there to stop the MD, so he might just die. The Feral's just tunneling me for no reason. Finish the penance. Really skill Feral HPAL, you know, or not Feral HPAL, Feral healer players is what I meant to say. Get trinket swap here probably, because I'm not playing bomb or duel, so I can't really deny it. I'm playing maximum live lord spec. There's like 2 globals to bear there and he doesn't, so this Feral Druid brain. They actually lose the game even though it shouldn't even be mathematically possible. But that is literally like 1200 player right there. Guy had like 3 globals to bear and just refused to do it. But if that was an H probably he would just get saved by the passive and you'd be fine there, I think. But we love passive giant shields. Not even that big of a shield, but it always seems to just be the defining factor in how greedy people are. To be like that little defining factor they need to get like a 6 million wings holy shock and hold their trinket. He really wants to bait me into like wasting my... Oh, nice, I think I got him. Try evasion this time. Get feared here. Is that the phonetic spelling of like the Gexe and Arms Warrior? Just memeing on it. I was a warrior. All they have left is like swap and bubble and trinket and two bops and probably another disperse after that. But we're getting there. Okay, yes, disperse back up this next go. This is like the last go you won't have disperse for. Need to run from the void orb. Blade before I vanished so I can get the cooldown reduction. Duel the bubble here in a sec. He has dispersed, he's just greeting it. Okay, nice, he presses it. Literally greeted on 10%. Just didn't want him to get life swap off there. Try to cloak Hodge from the pally or anything. Try to just line the Sight Fiend. Need to get a re-stealth because I don't have dance. Get the re, I can do a shit go here. We're gonna get double food. I still have the blind, so it doesn't really matter that I wasted HPL DR. Bops it. Double bops both of them. He roots the grip, we get a nice ice wall. He still has life swap here. Try to just YOLO bomb it. There's the swap. He has no blocks, and Sight Fiend's out. He's lining the Fiend though. Kill the Fiend. He's off that into a sheep. Micro piss DR cheap shot. Disperse is on CD because they have like 500 CDs on their team. It's crazy. I don't think they did literally anything for 5 minutes straight. Pally waited till like 4 minutes in to decide to just bop both of them. They didn't stop any goes. They didn't MD anything. They didn't fake any kicks. They didn't sack any CCs. Like, what did they do, honestly? Besides just sit there and shove 30 defensive CDs into 7 minutes or 5 minutes. The Holy Belly one. They didn't even like line up their void ball with like hammer of justice or anything. They didn't even like fear to stop any goes. All he did is just press fear and stun defensively on CD. And disperse on CD. That is like just criminal. How broken fucking HPL is, man. HPL Frostbite viable for sure. Anything with an HPL is good. Like playing with a Feral Druid. Think Fate's better than Cheat Death? I think so. I think it's already better than Cheat Death, to be honest. It's what Nixie does on EU, and it's what Trill does. It's just playing like Iron Stomach all the time. Why that helmet? Because I fucked up my gear a lot on my main. Because I crafted boots on day one when it was bugged, and it basically costed more heraldries than it was supposed to. And the helmet was cheaper. So Calvish kind of got like a 400 conquest lead crafting helmet when it was bugged cheaper. And then I also bought 4-piece for Asa. And then I also bought a proc trinket for Asa. So like my gear is kind of halfway split. So it's just I had the crests for playing above 2100 or whatever. So I just crafted a 636 helmet. It's not BIS by any means. It's just it was a free pseudo conquest helmet. It takes 90 of these. I might do the same and craft a 636 dagger just for I need crests. I'm just doing it so I can make a 636. It's not even best in slot. Just to like make up for the fact that I would have to wait like months to get all the gear I want. Like let's say next week I bought... Can't even afford a helmet next week still. Because it's 875, not 850. I'm just going healer. Finish the Incarn. Try to get bubble here. See the big of his crit. Got saved by the passive. Now we can go feral, I guess. Even though he's just permanently sitting bear, killing me in bear. Roll this guy's trinket in a second. Got lay on hands. Doesn't run out of the bomb even though he trinketed. I'm just dead. Cause he got bleeds on me. And he's on Slendier. I use scroll wheel for targeting. Crafted everything on crests. Yeah, but the crests are for without conquest points. So it's like a way of me to cheese conquest points. So otherwise, if I wanted to spend 875 conquest points on a helmet, 875 on a non-world PvP chest, 700 on a non-world PvP gloves, and then another 875 on an offhand weapon. Oh yeah, and another 525 on bracers. That's like 2 more months or 3 months of conquest points. You know, like. But I think on week 10, that's when you get unlimited conquest. Yeah, the crests and stuff is just for like saving conquest if like you're above 2100. It'll be really good next season. Because like they didn't give crests until like a month or 2 into the expansion because they just forgot to do it. Because this was the system that was in for all of Dragonflight. But now that it's properly in, like in season 2, you'll be able to like craft some 875 pieces with the sparks that you get, right? You're like, let's say you're week 2 of the season, you have 1 spark. Boom, you get like a free fake conquest piece, kind of like world PvP gear that you normally wouldn't have. And even if you're like 1800 and you have the other crest, it's probably still better than honor gear. I mean, sub might be playable. I'm not sure. I've been testing the PTR a bit. If they wanted to, but I have some ideas. Like Dippy wants to play, or Flop wants to play, or if PMake wants to come to NA. Or if Sokwin wants to play on NA. Just depends kind of what we got. I ideally want a healer that plays more than just Priest, but just depends, you know, trying out the vibes. Seeing if it's toxic, you know. I wouldn't say it's hard nerfed, I would just say it's dumbed down. Which is good for the majority of people. But yeah, it does hurt the skill cap. But at the same time, the skill cap already was just had too much counterplay against like good players. So like the highest ends, it's kind of a buff because like good players weren't gonna let you have that much fun anyway, you know? So it's just like less counterplay because you are more dumbed down. You have the chicken mount? I don't. I'm waiting for DB on Warrior and then I'll sap healer. If he gets double DB, then I just let him do what he wants. I don't get to do my rotation because he's an orc. No, I think Asa might be the best, but sub won't be as bad as people think, I don't think. Symbols gives you 2 like 10 combo point finishers to hit way harder. And also build stacks of flagellation faster. And you might get to just drop bargain. And since it's dumbed down, people will just outplay themselves less by like trying to have too much fun doing like multi-kicks and like restuns and stuff when like the better play is just to AFK anyway. It just forces you to play the proper way and just have less fun. But yeah, you'll probably play flag, probably drop bargain. And things will hit a lot harder. You just won't be doing any flashy like multi-kick goes and stuff like that. It's 3 combo points on because of the bottom talent, yeah. And it works on past the cap. So a 7 point will just turn into a 10 point. You don't need to like land on a blue point. It just always does it at maximum combo points. You're just slamming blades and it's fine. And so for the average person, it's probably better for them, but yeah, it does like kill a lot of the fun of sub. But I think it'll still be the quality of life spec in terms of like just being a little tankier than Essa and like not getting screwed over by bleed dispels, and then Outlaw gets screwed over too much by armor. Like it'll still have a lot of shadow damage on sub. So. Imagine not using one of 37 defensives on their team. The main thing they still need to fix though is just get rid of the singular focus breaking CC and nimble flurry breaking CC. Like, it's really stupid that both hero talent trees just constantly break shit. I think you can play more around singular focus. I want to try Trickster more when the patch comes out, but it always feels so terrible to cancel Aura flawless form when you have a lot of stacks that like break CC. You're just like giving away all the damage you built up, like doing the hero talents. No one else has to just cancel Aura their hero talent. You know, like it's so stupid. It's a setting in Better Blizz frames, yeah. To turn off the names. It's just less clutter so I can fit more stuff on the frame. No, that was not Polyphia. This is Polyphia. But yeah, song names are below the webcam. I'll just stay Deathstalker. I feel like Trickster has a lot of synergy. And they're also making it to where Coup de Grace doesn't break you CC yourself anymore. Which is one of the main weaknesses of it. But it has a lot of synergy with just playing more around Secret Tech. And I feel like Secret Tech is going to gain a lot of the value from the 10 combo point change. And playing Flagellation. So I feel like, yeah. And from the Feint buff, with Feint being off global. I actually get to do my rotation because he's not an orc. Feels good, man. Kind of sucks because they're just stacked here, but I'll have another Bop and Bubble to go through, and Warrior's Trinket, and another Enrage Regen after that. We can get some stuff here. Gets a full altar time off. There's the Warrior's Trinket Fear. Warrior almost just two-shot me. Didn't want to Blades this go because I wanted to line up with, I didn't on use because I wanted to line up with Blades. Build his Trinket. Go Kidney. And this is Polyphia, but he was asking about a different song beforehand. He was asking about this. Not updating. There you go. Back up there for a second. Not Polyphia. Look now or forever rest, you know. There's your piece. I don't know. Why don't you just play both? You know, it's really easy to level things. I think for the average sub rogue, the changes are positive because it just dumbs the spec down. Look to Sphere. Can't even get my stacks off the pally because the priest has Bop. It's obnoxious. I love hero talents breaking shit. I'm just dead. I have every class leveled except for Paladin, Dragon, and Shaman. Most people just play in offline mode, I think. No, I just did dungeons. Before the new dungeons came out, when it used to be like 3 hours to level a character instead of like 5 or 6. What happened? No, me and Zara are still friends. He's raided me a few times the last couple months, even. And he got me into that Plunderstorm Twitch Rivals he was doing, like, yeah. I don't know, it's just a weird thing to become in Twitch chat and try to drama bait about. Someone's not on your friends list anymore? What happened? It's like, what? Oh, you don't see it? Okay, I can move the friends list. There you go. Yeah, people play in offline mode, buddy. Hollow Fall is cool, yeah. Most of the other zones are pretty mid, yeah. I'm getting guided. I don't know until I like play it more. On PTR, it seems okay, maybe. I don't know. It's hard to tell on PTR because the quality of player is insanely low. No one good ever goes on the PTR, so basically anyone is just a 1200 rated target dummy. Like I'll just duel people that have like 600 item level PvE gear that don't have any Versa. Nah, I don't really like the GCD tracker. It's too much clutter on my screen. That's on Warriors at the moment. I don't know really how I feel about him yet. Like Thundercleave and stuff can be annoying, but like at that point, anything with Holy Palieli is annoying. Doesn't matter if it's Windwalker, doesn't matter if it's BM Hunter. Like they have a lot of disruptive stuff. Like they can be really annoying, especially in like a shuffle environment. They just don't do the most damage in the universe. And they don't, you know, stun everyone permanently like Feral. Like Feral has like more stun than Rogue almost. So it's just like Shockwave is just really short duration. You just go to the bar you want or whatever, and you go to visibility. Fade out. And then pick what alpha you want at when it's not moused over, and then you're good to go. DB'd. Or might need to block, yeah. Probably sacks. Heading out to intervene. Still have my blind, but he DBs, so I can't. Right now to make sure the secret tech doesn't break that. Play on hands. Flexes as my blades go, but might switch sap to Pally in a second. He stays in combat forever with nothing. We're just dead. I think that matchup should be pretty easy, but I didn't want to have to go disarm there. It's just H-Pal anything is like just God mode. And it sucks when they're stacked all game because then we're just gonna break CC. Like I have to like find a way to help him separate them better. Just like either he gets YOLO sheeps. Or like with Blast Wave just to like knock them apart or something, but generally it's bargain, duel, and then Smoke Bomb is like a flex versus disarm. But I think you can drop bargain next week with the rework. It's not as valuable. It's not worth the damage nerf if it's only lowering blades by 18 and you don't really care about Vanish CD that much. I have 7. From Deeper Strat and Secret Strat. Force Set's good for Outlaw and Asa. I wouldn't say it's that good for sub, but Tro plays it on sub. I just have it because it's my Asa gear, so I'll fix it eventually. I'm bottlenecked a couple weeks on being able to fix it. But I'm only playing 2 set on my Orc Rogue. You should be able to see it on the physical stream on the right side. Like where the chat's overlaid right by the arena frames. Because it shows the purple versus the red. Nah, it's too early for threes right now. Maybe in a couple hours I might do some threes, but... We went arcane, okay. Evasion that? He still stuns me through evasion even though he didn't get behind me. I mean, Asa is also... Well, Asa's the only one getting positive dumbing down. Outlaw is also losing Shadow Step, which is a big deal. And honestly, Outlaw and Sub do comparable damage. So if Sub does more damage, Outlaw will do the least damage by a lot. Like Outlaw, you need to be getting good Blade Flurry pad or like be tunneling Cloth to do good damage with like 100% uptime. So Asta's the only one that's getting like positive dumbing down, which is that just in Venom will always give you Slice and Dice. You don't need to like have Slice and Dice already up for in Venom to refresh it. So... But I think Asta's also the most counterpicked spec by like all the dwarfs and bleed dispels and, you know. I think Ret's also getting a buff, which is terrible for all three rogue specs, I think, but... Because Ret lobbies suck and shuffle a lot. But I think Sub will still be the best in Rogue v Rogue. I think Sub will probably still be good into Hunter. And I would say Sub is probably still the least worst in Shuffle. But in general, Rogue is weird in Shuffle. It's like Sub is really good in Shuffle, and then the other two are like bad, you know. Slice and Dice change? No. Because only Asa has Cut to the Chase. Dispatch and Evis do not give Slice and Dice. It's an Asa talent. It's awkward because just sapping would have been better because they wouldn't be stacked. Like you can't touch the Magi or anything because they're perma stacked. I should have just sapped, but I was greedy. I wanted to be able to open with Kidney and actually do my rotation. Because usually if I sap Pally and then try to gouge Kenny at the lock that way, like I waste 2 globals of my sap. That's not really worth it either. And then there's like a risk that he breaks the sap or the gouge, and then he ports, you know. But there's always the risk that if as soon as I sap the Pally, the lock's just gonna port too, but they don't play well, so. I have a Windwalker. I was playing it the other day. I have every class but Dragon, Paladin, and Shaman. I'd say the only ones I'm like cozy on and I can do fancy shit on are just Feral and Windwalker though. My Hunter is probably my freshest alt in terms of like not usually ever alting Hunter. All haste? I don't think all haste is good. Like Trill and most people that play Outlaw tend to go just about 10% haste. Because then you get like 5 from Alacrity and like 10 from Take 'em by Surprise. You need 25 soft cap for Adrenaline Rush. And you get that from Alacrity plus Take 'em by Surprise. They only need like 10 haste. And then you want crit. Because the talents get you all the way to 25. I know when Peekaboo was testing Outlaw on TR, because he was asking me about some of the gear stuff when I was on it, he was saying he wanted to go more haste than just 10, that it felt better, but I don't know. I think it was placebo for him. I say just copy Trill, he's the real PvEer. I'll probably break here. I'm still just gonna shove it. Okay. Couldn't even have done that restun. Just delays the next go too much. Switch pillars. Did he make a table? He did not. Put a melt coil. I overlapped it with Haj anyway. Meld the haunt. Gouge the pet second bandage. Probably still just dead here. Vanish might save me in 3. Egg's dead now though instead. Yeah, double DPS is just not really that viable. Pretty much have to be 500 times better than your opponent every game. If they have like even remote competency of like knowing how to live more than 2 goes, you kind of just lose. Unless they overlap like 20 defensives in the first go of the game. Double DPS in general just is not that viable. I'd say Rogue Mage is one of the better ones you can do, but if you can get like a 60-70% win rate to high rating on like double DPS, you probably are like a 90+% win rate as healer DPS. You just are like willing to play some boring, you know, 70% dampening games every game. I love when people have multiple healers in their world PvP group. As if like one healer is an OP in it. Why is the mage shooting me and not him, man? Is he in their group too? I don't know how that's not in step range. Try to gouge the feral, then get CC on healer. Disc sub's available? Yeah, you can play disc sub. Look at all these druids and paladins. Out of 30 games, it's like 85 to 90% of them. Wow. Much variety. Very wow. Run to the side more so Secret Tech wouldn't break the DB. Building before I get hodged on my trinket. Put a cloak hodge here. Cloak this hodge. Got it. Peps just cheap shot the pally. Yellow bomb this because he didn't get the sheep. He gets the sheep now though. Could have maybe stayed in there, but I know if he gets dots on me, I just die. This pet, I get another crit buff from killing it. I could have blinded off that, but he DB'd. I get sacks. There's no Hodge for 15, but... Oh, he does have it because he has cooldown reduction. Did it? Did have a blind there. Gouge the fear. Zero blind off that. Block almost did more healing than he did damage. I think sub will be playable. Like for the average person, it'll be better because it's just they're just dumbing it down, removing a lot of the skill cap. But it's also gonna just make you play cleaner because there's just you can't outplay yourself trying to do anything fancy. And on the high end, good players were counterplaying all the fancy stuff you could do anyway. So it's like just a buff at that end where you're just more mathematically viable instead of theoretically. You're not forced into doing fancy shit and you're just PvE better. I think it'll still be better than Outlaw. And then, at least in like Shuffle and a couple 3s comps, like Rogue v Rogue and stuff. But I do think Feral is still just massively outclassing Rogue across the board. I don't think that's ever going to change. Like, Feral was already kind of better in Dragonflight Season 4, too. It's just how it's designed. Sepsis is being removed, and then Shadow Dust is being removed. And then T will auto waste itself if you go below 30 energy. And then Kyrian is being deleted, reprimand, and being reworked into something about where symbols will buff combo point or buff give you basically blue points that make your finishers do more, and you don't actually have to do the blue points. Like doing a 7 point will just become doing a 10 point after you symbols. But yeah, the damage is gonna go up a lot. Dragon Rogue also looks really nice, but I think Night Elf is still better, and Orc. You get 2.5% free mastery, and then you're also just like immune to knockbacks too. Like if it was like a tournament situation and I know what team I'm fighting, I'd definitely set up a Dragon Rogue. Like if I was fighting like F tier or something, right? You get knocked less by Thunderstorm and Rop and stuff like that. But I think on Night Elf or Outlaw and Asa, there's no way you can ever give up Night Elf. It's just too important. It's like a DPS cooldown for those. Might just get soloed by the HPL here. I think I just added dots here. Yeah. I mean, you can make it to where you're basically permanently playing human rogue, which I think looks cool. Because they made it to where it's not like Worgen where it goes you from human into dragon in combat. You can pick to just be a perma-human. So you're just a human with double jump that has a knockback. So there's gonna be a lot of like game-winning goes where like you just stun someone near the pillar, you walk around them, and you just knock them out of LOS and kill them. That's gonna be huge. But they did pre-nerf it to where the knockback is 1.5 minutes, I think. Or they went from 1.5 minutes to 3 minutes. Rotten's not supposed to buff of this. Yeah, I just opened the beta real quick. Be like, this is my dragon. I'm just perma human. And then you have 10 combo point blue points that you can use at max combo points. Yeah, T is not going to be worth it, I don't think. It already is like only 12%, not 19, the way it scales with mastery or whatever. The only decision I can't make up my mind is, do I want the 6% crit, or do I want Weapon Master, even though Shadow Strike is terrible, or do I want the Master of Shadows? Or if I want the First Dance. But First Dance is nerfed in PvP already. So it's 10 seconds out of combat for 3 seconds of dance. So it's really, there's not many situations you're ever going to drop combat for more than 10 seconds. So this is like only in the opener. So First Dance is just terrible because it's way worse than this in PvP. So it would just be MOS if you're having energy problems or more crit chance. Especially if you go Trickster, then you get like an extra 10% crit over here. So this is 16% more crit on Secret, which is a huge deal. And then you also just get all the extra finisher percent damage on Secret. And then you also get lower cooldown on Secret. So yeah. And you get the extra sap range. Nice. It's just cancel Auraing Flawless Form costs you so much damage to not break CC with Nimble. But I mean, it's more controllable than Singular Focus also breaking CC. I just wish they would fix those. No, I don't think Rotten and Gormoz are ever good. If you really don't want to have 40% more Rupture damage when Rupture is all of your damage, then I guess you would drop these and go Shadowcraft. And Inevitability. And do something like this. Like if you wanted more of a builder build, you could do that. But Shadow Strike just feels fucking terrible always. I don't know. I hate it. The only builder you need is Cheap Shot. Yeah, anniversary reset is next week. The 22nd. They gave a date for it weeks ago. Yeah, you can be in combat, and it doesn't put you in dragon form. Knock this guy behind the pillar. We're doing good, Finkel. Yeah, I think we dropped Bargain also. Because they baseline made Blades 90. So Bargain is only worth 18 seconds of Blades for a gigantic damage nerf. And the cooldown reduction part of Vanish doesn't really matter because Vanish is such a situational button now. And not tied to your cooldown reduction. So like I'm not gonna like burn through my Vanishes just vanishing for the sake of cooldown reduction, you know? So I don't feel like I need the cooldown reduction on Vanish. Unless it's a matchup where I like don't need Disarm or something. In which case I still probably would rather be Tricks. Yeah, they nerfed Flag Icon. And it's way easier to stack up Flag because the 10 combo point finishers. Do we need double Vanish Charge? That's... I would say yes, just because you want Subterfuge, right? Now you could maybe in some universe... No, you can't do that. I was gonna say if I could drop this for Cold Blood, that'd be good, but with 1 point in Subterfuge. But yeah, you need Subterfuge. Too big of this in one go? I didn't really consider that, to be honest. I kind of forgot that where's the node gone? No, symbolic yet. That you would be able to symbolic multiple times. I didn't really consider that, to be honest. I wonder if they fixed the bug with Shiv. Yeah, you can play without dragon form. You're just permanently a human. See. You get to pick if you want to be a dragon or a human. Yeah, I think Night Elf will probably still be better if you intend on playing any Asa or Outlaw. But for sub, this could be okay if it's a matchup where you don't need work, because you also get 2.5% mastery. And knocking people out of LOS is huge. I just copied my actual live character. Yeah, you get the mastery. Yeah, let me test. Stuck in combat, I think, still, because, yeah, there we go. Yeah, Shiv still gives you multiple symbolics. That could be good, actually. That might be better than lingering. I don't think you want to get in the habit of like double symbolsing every go. Then you're gonna run out of them. Yeah, on a target dummy, it's more than double what it normally would be, though. Like on a player, that might be like 2 mil. Does double jump take you out of stealth? Let me see. I think I'm just permanently singular focus bugged on the target dummies right now. I don't think it does. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, the double jump also just makes you unknockable because it like slows your momentum. You get hit with Ring of Peace and then you immediately just start gliding forward. Yeah, Symbolic might actually be better than Trickster. That sucks because I kind of wanted to play Trickster a lot. I don't know. I also don't think you're going to be double lingering every go either, though, or double symbolsing every go. But it is, I don't know if you know about the Shiv bug, though. Because Symbolic is meant to be applied through Shiv on Asa. So if you Shiv a sub, it gives you another Symbolic. That's scum, dude. I've reported it multiple times, and even in the beta. What aura? Like the buffs and debuffs? It's in my week aura page on my Discord. There's a Google Doc for it. This one is trimmed down a lot from the one I actually use on retail. So I wanted to have minimal stuff on the PTR because I didn't want stuff to like break. I don't trust add-ons on the test realm, so like I took the bare bones of what I need. This is stuff for like all 3 specs rather than just sub. But usually I only have it like show 2 or 3 things at a time, but lingering is better for Rupture Path, isn't it? Probably. I was just thinking if I ever double symbols a go and Shiv in a go, even though normally you don't play Shiv. What's funny also is you can like triple symbols and it stores them up. So like I just supercharged 6 different finishers in a row. And then you could wait to open. Like I can just go play this whole arena, come back, and then I would have all my symbols back. I think if the starting room gates open, it probably gets rid of the supercharge. Otherwise, you would just spam symbols in the starting room. And then you just have like all the empowered finishers in a row. Just kind of cooked. I mean, for the average person, yeah, because most people aren't using the CDR rate anyway. Orc Warlock, so I don't get to do my rotation. Can't gouge because he has another Tempest. Continue the HP on 3 though. Crazy, this guy's playing Succubus and he's pressed Seduce 1 time the entire game. And he's playing Howl instead of Coil. And this game is still close somehow, just because HPLs have 47 defensive CDs to rotate. There's the bubble lay on hands. He's dying through LOS even though he altered that. Nice, yes. Bro, he just tanks like 4 eviscerates at 5% health. Like, bro. Had 30 million healing. Why does he even have a healer? Bro, you don't get cut to the chase on sub. The NASA only talent. You think they would give something to sub, like quality of life? Nah, they just gotta, you know. Only Asta gets dumbed down positively. Instead of just having core mechanics removed. It depends just how much Versa you want. If you want more Versa, do Conquest pieces. If you want more pure mastery, then do crafted everything. Just personal preference. Like, tournament games, people tend to just value the Versa. It interacts well with the hero talents. Then Jaemon gifted one over first of the day. Slow day, but I'll take it. Thank you so much, man. Baseline to all the specs. Cut to the chase. Let's see. Abyss. Oh, it does actually. I didn't even realize that. Okay, yeah. I didn't realize that at all. I thought it was an ass of talent. Yeah, it does all the specs then. I just tested it right now. Yeah, on, let's see, Outlaw. Where's this even at? Or dispatch? There we go. Yeah, we got slice. That's huge. That means you can actually open with Adrenaline Rush Kidney too on Outlaw. I thought it was an ass of talent. Wasn't it like over here? What did it get replaced with? Well, I guess it was just a passive for Asa. It wasn't even a talent. Okay. I thought it was a talent on Asa, but because yeah, if you do this, yeah. I could have stayed in a little more, but Yeah, after this arena game, I still have all of my empowered combo points. So I can open all the blue points in the world. You get a 10-point secret though, hit the same there. That's kind of weird. Yeah, it's also just that the PvP target dummies get hit like double or triple as hard as you'd hit a player. I feel like it's like 500k secret tech and like 2 to 300k more of this. When I wasn't playing Symbolic and just trying to get like a Omega 18% additional Finality Darkest Night 10 point. Just a lot of the playmaking there is gone, so. I think it'll still just be better than Outlaw though, because it actually has real burst. You just won't like duel to force trinkets and then CDR duel to kill. You'll just try to like force trinkets from doing good goes and then try to kill with bomb or duel. And being able to drop bargain will be a huge quality of life thing. There's so many matchups right now where like it feels terrible not having disarm, but then it feels terrible not having bomb. And that kind of solves that. Playing around flag will be really clunky though, even though 10 combo points will make that really smooth, but I just think they need to make flag give you 1 combo point so it works with blades. Like you should be able to like stun flag, you know, like and have it fit into your rotation. I don't think that's too much to ask for, but and then they also just need to fix all of the hero talents breaking CC. Singular focus needs a fix, and nimble flurry needs a fix. I would take any CDR nerf for that. I would even take a dual removal. I would take cheap shot charges. I would take getting rid of triple DR. Just make the fucking CC, the little CC that does land, work. Like that's all I'm asking. I thought he can gank me AFK. No. Combat indicator is built into better blizz frames and plates. Flag should be on GCD. I'm not that greedy. It should fit your rotation where you don't need to like pre-flag and then stun. It should just give you a combo point and work with blades. Even on non-orcs, it's too hard to fit in. I should be able to open with cheap shot into flag, you know? I get a crit buff from killing the observer. Got wall. I don't think this lock has casted a single spell. And he's double killed both of us. No, I'm not on Unitas anymore. But they're giving me the gauntlet cut if they make it, so. I got plans for season 2. Plan is if Pilly like P-Make wants to play on an A or Sockwan wants to play on an A or I get flop or whatever's around, you know. Wouldn't even be opposed to doing something with Hansel, like, you know. Just I've been cold interest checking a few people. As long as people aren't entitled and actually put in the effort, and it's not just like an ego contest, we're chilling. Because there's much more productive ways, you know, than just like flaming. Like it could very well just be like a, why did this game feel good and the other one didn't? And then being like, oh, I kind of like this opener a lot, or you know, not just throwing a dog's face in the potty trading mode, you know, on every single global mistake. But yeah, I felt like worse playing with them every single week. Normally I have pretty thick skin for playing with Crusader in the past, but yeah. It just kind of affects my decision making and like instinct a lot. And I just, yeah. When it just feels like everything I'm doing is wrong. And then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy where I do just start doing everything wrong. A lot of times Rogue is a really hindsight like catch-22 class and it's like, you know. And then Jaemon resubbing himself as well. What, Crusader? Yeah, Crusader is a nut. We got energize as well. Keeping it going. And alpha one. Okay. And Drathmos get one too. What is that for? We're gonna wait for DB and we're just gonna sap the healer. I get rooted out. Try to melt Stormbolt. Couldn't. Couldn't kill the fear or the banner. Might just be dead to air. Not gotten to play yet at all. Still stuck in combat forever because singular focus bug. Get a re, get one null, get two. I have to use my second vanish. I've literally not gotten to play at all this entire game yet. It's the sloppiest game of all time. No meld for this, so I'm just dead. I actually did not get to play at all. That sucks. I need like more help getting the nullifying off. Otherwise, I don't really know what I can do there if I get pulled out. Besides just not getting pulled out. But sucks that he just knew where to fucking shoot the root. So I wasn't even like camping in like an obvious spot either. I was just like waiting for him to DB the warrior. It was kind of stream snipey, to be honest. You can mix up the music if you want. Is it cooler or better than Deathstalker? Wouldn't say any of them are like cooler than the other. I would say Deathstalker is usually better right now. Trickster could get less shitty next patch and next week because you're not going to CC yourself with it anymore. But they both break CC. How you doing, Bayu? On vacation? Nah. Still 6 days a week. With the tournaments, I had a little more time off just to like practice, where I was doing some half days, and then like some of the tournament days I was just like not streaming after. But yeah, we got top 8 most of the cups we played in. No one streams their POV of AWC anymore. You just feel laggier playing on stream. Thank you, JSX. But we made top 8 all 3 weeks, but yeah, I'm not playing with them for week 4. Thank you, Energize. Sorry, my brain like dyslexic read it out of order. Thank you for the 3rd gift you putting us at 5. I think Saturday was just I had to get caught up on like a bunch of skill cap stuff after the tournament. So yeah, Saturday was my only like bonus more than 1 day a week off. Sunday is usually my day off. But then I even streamed on Sunday night, I think. It was like a short little 3-hour proc. I think we're just dead here. The CDs are coming back up. And we still have like 40 more Holy Pally CDs to go through, because it's a really skilled class. Rogue Mage even beat that? Not really, unless like they fucking disconnect. Not really possible. We could definitely live like 2 minutes longer if we like played insane defensively, but there's not really a win con to go through DK CDs, HPAL CD, DK CDs, HPAL CD for like 10 goes in a row. To go through probably multiple IBFs, multiple 90-second healer trinkets, multiple Death Knight trinkets, 2 bops, lay on hands, and bubble. Probably even a 3rd bop. Probably about 2 wings with some 7 million holy shocks. Because holy shock with wings is like more than lay on hands. Like they have to either overlap like 5 CDs per go to air, or there's just no universe where they don't die in the first like 5 minutes, even though we have a minute to win. Because they just have that many cooldowns. Like even if he just zones aggro, first global, IBF's aggro, trinkets aggro, Lichborn's aggro, and the HPAL bops aggro, and you know, they probably still are fine. Just off of like a bubble lay on hands into like a trinket something else into another wings. Probably better for us to just all in the HPAL probably. He's probably a carry anyway. Since we have like literally 2 goes to win. And they have like 10 plus goes worth of cooldowns. The November patch is actually next week. They gave a date for it a couple weeks ago. But there's some pros and there's some cons. Honestly, for like the average non like top 2, top 3 rogue per region, it's probably a buff because they're just dumbing it down. Obviously, they're going to nerf the damage numbers, and that's going to decide whether it's worse or better. It's after they gut the damage. By probably 20 or 30%. And put the damage right back where it was without the utility. Then it'll be not viable. But yeah, there's less decision making, less skill cap. But we're basically gaining cut to the chase passive on all 3 rogue specs. I thought this was just Asa, but Eviscerate's just going to give you slice and dice. And then you get extra damage modifier and symbols, and then you get 10 combo point finishers from symbols. And then you're probably going to be able to play Smoke Bomb more because we're probably just going to drop Bargain. Because it's not worth the damage penalty to only get... And oh yeah, Blades is also baseline 90. So you're not going to really want Bargain because it's only going to be 18 seconds of Blades reduction. And you don't really care that much about the Vanish CD if Vanish doesn't have cooldown reduction attached to it. And you want Blades to line up with Flag. I think the only way it could like be smoother is if like they fixed Singular Focus and Nimble Flurry. And that maybe if they made Flag give you a combo point. Oh shit. That was all tapped. Getting double blinded here, try to spread for it. And he's just dead. Yeah. Well, that was the worst opener ever because I was all tapped. Yeah, also Feint is going off global. And that's another reason why you're probably going to drop Bargain. Because the damage penalty is going to suck when you Feint. A lot, you know. Arrows on party members. It's a thing with better Blizz. You have arena toggle on, hide health bar on, and then you have party pointer on. I have my imports to my settings on the Discord also. You can go Dragon Rogue, which will let you look like a human. The knockback's a 3-minute CD instead of a 1.5 minutes, but the double jump means you're like unknockable and you get an extra 2.5 mastery. Which I think Dragon can be good for sub. I don't know if it'd be good for Outlaw and Acid though, because I feel like Meld is just mandatory on those specs for damage. But on sub, it'd be so good to like stun someone and then just like knock them out of LOS to kill them, you know? Like that's huge. Be like knocking this guy behind the pillar. Continuing to pump. Critical coil. Keep this trinket on blind. Craziest overlap. Yeah, the damage is pretty nuts on the PTR, but it's gonna get Omega nerfed. Gonna switch to Dragon. I might, honestly, just for the cosmetics. For sub rogue, I think it's playable to not be Night Elf. I just think Night Elf has infinitely more skill cap and more fun. Like melding a coil and Stormbolt is just so satisfying. But yeah. Can you turn into a dragon? Yeah. But you also could opt to just be permanent human form. Just way better. Because fuck actually being a dragon. Way too derpy. Yeah, I see. The double jump basically means you're unable to be knocked too, because you can just re-go forward. It doesn't have to land on the blue point. That's the crazy thing, JX. You could just do a 7 point and it'll count as a 10 point. Yeah, I'm excited to just like knock some people around a pillar and kill them. That's gonna be fun. I think Dragon could be better for sub. And then you would still want Orc for sub versus sub. I mean, that's just the target dummy not being accurate. Because, like, if I did that on a player, it's going to be less than half. Like, even with, like, a Darkest Night symbolic 10-point Evis crit with finality. Fucking run-off paragraph of fucking lining up clunkiness. It's probably still going to be less than a random Feral Druid bite crit. And if we're gonna get rid of all of our utility, we better have some Feral Druid fucking damage, you know? That's all I'm saying. Tried to trinket kick that. No haunt. Can't sit up because of a bug with corruption. Just permanently sits you up every global, but... Pally's out of combat, but he's on DR. Pally gets back in combat, can't sap. Lock can't port this because he's CS'd. Bring it pop. Nice wall. I have blades for the next go. He's gonna get a YOLO sheep on Pally. Oh, I'm just dead. I had cloak here, but I forgot that he just has cooldown reduction on Hajj. Why aren't they getting rid of his cooldown reduction? I didn't want to pre-cloak when his Hajj was on CD for a while. No CD on jump, so you can double jump every global. I'm not convinced it's faster when just going in a straight line though. Unless it's like a Z-axis map maybe, and you're actually covering some distance, but... Like, let me make a stopwatch. We're gonna run from this little fire pole to the next fire pole, right? I got caught. That's not a fair test. We'll do it from here in the grass. Start and go. 5 seconds. Oh, let's do it spamming double jump. Maybe this is faster. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, maybe it is faster. I mean, I guess this is also kind of a hill. So it's going downhill a little bit. Not fully flush. Let me do it. Let me do it side to side from these trees. I'm still sprinting. Five seconds versus 1. Yeah, it's way faster to just double jump. Okay. Pull out your inner fucking ADHD demon hunter mode, you know? And you get to, you know, get to be a human, even though you're a dragon. Because I'm kind of bored of Night Elf, to be honest. And even though Meld is fun, I'm kind of bored of Orc also, you know? I used to morph to human a lot. And I get to just be a human, you know? It's kind of sick. I don't think it's possible to. Subterfuge and Double Vanish are still kind of important. But honestly, you don't feel the energy that much. You get more energy back from the 10-point finishers. Unless it's like a really extended go and you're like spamming Fan of Knives and trying to rupture everything, maybe then you feel it, but... You'll maybe feel it on trying to do clutch duels too. I think it depends on if you're like male or female. I think female you get human and then male you get blood elf. Weird. I can Hodge here in a second. Finish before I get Hodged. Yeah, the patch goes live next week. The rogue rework goes live with it, yeah, next week. I'm gonna grab food, even though it's risky. You never know if you need it. Eye spawns in like 5. Priest is gonna grab the eye. I don't think Flurry actually applies combat, but he's arcane, so we can't even do the Flurry sap cheese. Normally you can like Flurry someone out of stealth and then sap them. They have the eye as well, so the rogue knows I'm over here. He alters to try to go around the corner and catch it. Clean 40? I mean, I'll take it. Rogue's out. Guy's just lagging all over the screen. Walmart Wi-Fi. Updated in case he tried to evasion that. Wops done DR2. They're gonna go me off the sphere. Gets the ulti pen off. Actually, no, he doesn't. Get life swap. Stun before he double fears us. He paints up himself, even though we're not on him. Probably dead this global, because I'm not playing cheat death. We get the cloak off, we're fine. I'm in bleed execute range, so I just died a piss. That sucks. I thought Rogue would die there. When the priest got kicked and blinded with him at like 10% health, no cheat death, and you just tanked it. What does no one play Roguelock as good as... I mean, Chan's just a whole other level than every other Warlock. It's not even remotely close. It's like a bigger gap than West to all the other rogues. He's the only one that like uses port well and like actually zones. He will always drag you into the worst positioning to like stop his casts. And he will always let every other team like press W into him and throw the game. I'm dead. Dragon just solos me, what a joke. Like 700k instacast from the healer. The dragon actually did more damage than me. My whole global is just trinket, they stun peel me, and then next go. The other one trinkets, and then just gets nullies up, and I can't get the nullies off, and then the game's over. Actually crazy. I didn't get to play at all. Even though he didn't blade storm anything. Or intervene anything. Or fly anything. Just feels like they have 6 trinkets even though they don't. Because he triple DR stuns me to kill me through evasion. It depends. I think with Roguelock you can play 4-piece like Trill. But if you're gonna play sub, you should be 2-piece most cases for like RMP. Like 4-piece in depth is like more tunnel vision-y. It's harder to just bounce around on everything. Yeah, thank you again, Refi. I mean, basically the amount of verse mastery you lose is more than what the set bonus even gives you permanently. And in season 1, it's hard to get your stats exactly where you want them. So, like, normally you go tier just because it's free real estate. And it's like, my stats are DRing anyway, so I'll wear a little bit of crit to, like, diversify. And in which case it's like, okay, the bonus is worth it, might as well. But in season 1, you're not even close to hitting the stat DRs. So you feel going the wrong stats way more. That makes sense. You can get an add-on called True Stat Values. And it'll show you like how close you are to like DRing. Like if you're on TR with like heavy Versa rings, heavy Versa neck, maybe even NG bracers, you know, Versa enchants, you can get to like 30, a little over 30 Versa, which is like at the start of 10% DR. Because a lot of people were valuing Versa more than Mastery just because it interacts with the hero talents and it's better for dampening. That's all people do is damp. They're okay with like, you know, trading 6% overall dam for like 20% eviscerate damage. You're not really doing damage anyway. So you might as well just do more passively on like Hunt Them Down and the Corrupt the Blood and Deathstalker Mark itself from like doing all the finishers. Look, this Dragon's Breath. Kind of range into Snowdrift so I don't die. And we just died of air anyway. I think this is LG for me, and then I'm gonna do some other stuff. Oh, Egg's on the same page. I'm gonna keep some Blitz. We'll do that gambling addiction real quick. Everyone's rerolling Feral, but I'll play it more. Most people were playing the beta or the PTR. So weird to see a dragon mage. Like the uncanny valley effect to just see dragon of anything else that's not an evoker. Because I just call evokers dragons. Now I'm gonna actually have to start saying provoker and devoker. I hate it. Or just dev and prev. Because prev is also a player, so it's like weird to like call a spec a player, and it's like, god damn it. And then when you say dev, you're just thinking of developer. And you're feels like a really weird can of worms for the let everyone be dragons. Because like, where do they go from here? Do they just like turn racials off in arena now? I feel like so many people are going to go dragon, and just it's going to make Blizzard so much money, and then they're going to pull the rug out from underneath and be like, okay, we're taking racials out of arena. I feel like the double jump is just such a crazy thing to give to every class that's like not just DH and Evoker. Like they already pre-nerfed the knockback to be a 3-minute CD instead of a minute and a half, but like even 3 minutes, that's so good. Like it's gonna be game breaking to just be a rogue and then just stunning this guy at the pillar, knocking him out of LOS, killing his ass. Like, that blows my mind. Cup finals are this weekend. And then next Monday, like this Monday, is the last day of Kata Season 1. So people are going to start playing Kata this weekend after AWC. And then, yeah. I'll grab rank 1 in Kata real quick. I don't know if I'll stream it yet. Maybe I'll stream like the warming up portion of like getting the first couple 100 points, and then I'll just like not stream like the last 50, 100 points, just because I don't want to get Q sniped every single game by jungle. There's people are like way more like cheaty on classic. Like I will just get sniped and dodged by everyone if I stream it, and it'll just make the push take way longer than it needs to. They gave everyone a knock because every class can be dragon. Like, oh, not every class. Like Druid can't. Shaman I don't think can. Demon Hunter can't. But yeah, like RMP, Lock, Priest can like all be. I think Priest can be dragon. I'm like 80% sure Priest can be dragon. Yeah, I think dragon can be Hunter. Let me see. Great character. Priest. Or that's Light Force Draenei. Yeah, dragon can be everything. But Paladin, Druid, Shaman, Monk, Demon Hunter, DK. Surprised you can't be a dragon monk. Kind of weird. I don't know. For ranged, yeah. And for Outlaw and Asta, definitely Night Elf. Subterfuge is like a whole gigantic DPS loss. But for sub, I feel like cheesing people out of LOS and 2.5% mastery is pretty good. If you don't need Orc in that matchup. And just being unknockable. Like it really helps with all the micro CC. You get Blast Wave? Nope, you just go back forward. You get Ring of Peace? Nope, you just go back forward. I even did like a test where I was running in a straight line and it was infinitely faster to just spam double jump, even without being slowed or anything. Like just going in a straight line like 20 yards or whatever, it was like 3.5 seconds instead of 5 seconds. So yeah, doing pretty good. Yeah, I think it's really bad for the game, but at least my character will look really cool with like all the different customization options. And you get to be permanently a human. You don't even have to look at a dragon. Like it's not like Worgen. You actually get to pick a setting that's just make me permanently a human. There's literally 3 people at mines. So that's not good. Feral is just Walmart Wi-Fiing all over the place. I'm kind of bored of always playing Orc and Night Elf too, so it's just like getting to be a human is kind of nice. That's why I liked Human Rogue so much on the beta. Taking way too long to cap. Spamming sap for this guy's trinket, but he's not trinketing. Guy's just making a beeline for me. He hates me or something. They break my gouge. Feels bad, man. Hopefully I can make a hero play at mines. Somehow I didn't drop combat there. Oh, there's just 2 people here. Getting feared off this and they get it. Oh, he stopped capping for no reason. I think he still gets it though. Yeah, he just does a DR pre-stun. Hard to win this 1v2. It's crazy they're not like constantly winning the blacksmith fight or the lumber mill fight when they're investing so many more resources to every off objective. I'm always 1v2 wherever I'm going or 1v3. The opener, it was 2v3 at mines. I shouldn't even go down here. It's just 1v3. Kind of worried that there's a healer going to farm, but as long as I could just stall them from capping this, that's better than me actually contesting it. We just count to 4 and then we sap them 3 times. And we want to be close to the crystal so we can get rogue if he grabs it. So 1, he's not capping yet. He's just trying to get the eye. We'll just resap the eye. To resap the eye again. Rogue's gonna open on him. Maybe step bomb so Rogue doesn't get there to step him. And he gets it. Okay, maybe the Rogue's just not even here. It's fearing me, but I don't have to trinket or anything because he's nowhere near the node. Feral Druid here now. Node capped over, so I don't need to defend it anymore. Pointless to even try to 1v2 the Feral. So we just go help Blacksmith, and then we try to come back to mines in like the next 30 seconds, but... She gets it. Now we just make our way back to mines again already. Probably the Feral is still here. He's pre-grabbing the eye. Better cloak him fly stunning me. Bomb the emerald even though they're gonna be stacked in like a global. Might get this. I think he gets it. Unless the rogue stops it. He doesn't. I feel like he was out long enough to shadow strike there, but... That might just cost us the game right there. I shouldn't even try to. Even if they get stables and we get the next mines, and somehow we like perma spin lumber mill and we get the next farm, I still think we lose. Because yeah, they just have lumber mill and mines forever, yeah. Failed at the gambling bracket. I was like 2-6 or 2-7 MMR, and then I just had a massive losing streak because I decided to play at night. And I swear to God, if you play after 10 p.m., 90% of the Australians are just win traders. There's no way they're that bad. Like, I literally got quadruple rogue on Cop Mogu 3 times in a row. Into the enemy team having a real team comp. And then I got a flag carry map where they had a Mistweaver and we didn't. And then I was just like, okay, I hate this bracket if I'm not like duo queuing. Just literally gambling. Rogue from Bartholus who drops 2850 to 26 almost 9. Yeah. I can believe it, man. Like the match quality is infinitely lower. Like if I'm playing on my alt rogue and placements at 1500, it's a higher quality match than 2600 at night. Like everyone just plays like they literally it can't be their ping. Because it makes my ping go up. Like I had an Asa rogue that was like doing less damage than the healers. Like they're just always traitor. I did some Boomy Rogue 2s actually with Sam. Uh, 100% UI scale. I'm just playing in 1440p on a 27-inch monitor. Damn, actually gonna die. There's no way, right? I was gonna, I thought he was actually gonna die when he was switching the claws. I'm stronger than Asa. I think it's more well-rounded, yeah. There's less bad matchups, but like there are times where like Asa AoE blends a lot of things really well, like the DK comps and stuff. I think it is, yeah, because I would much rather look at that than nameplates. Nameplates are really overwhelming, and your eyes are tracking a moving target. You want to always like look in the same spot. Why I also put the cast bar above the target frame rather than below. Then it's not moving around based on how many buffs and debuffs they have. Outlaw is fun, but it's pretty niche in terms of like it gets screwed over too much by plate. It just doesn't do enough damage unless you get like crazy blade flurry pad, and it's too inconsistent with the RNG. And then Asa, you're too squishy sometimes. It can shuffle at least, and like there's too many bleed dispels and stuff. And if people just spread out and don't let you get all the garrotes and CC your subterfuges and stuff, it's way more frustrating. And it's way more annoying playing around the hero talents on Asa. So like sub just has the highest quality of life, even if your damage isn't that high sometimes. Or it doesn't bear, that's crazy. Type's clean after that one. Holy, I chunked him through that wall so hard there. Was his combo? It's not that great. We're just playing lower rating. Yeah, Gouge Kidney is really good on orcs, even though that guy wasn't an orc, I don't think. People do that a lot in Rogue v Rogue, or at least they used to a couple weeks ago. Like before the previous sub nerfs. I think the rework is going to be a net positive for most people, I think, actually. It'll just be weird adapting to not double dancing goes and just not wasting your vanishes in general, but I think the damage is going to be insane. I mean, Boomy Rogue was the best rogue comp for pretty much all of Dragonflight. But yeah, right now, Boomy is not that great, still. It's just this is lower rating than what I was playing at with Aegis. So every game is not just HPAL X. If we're fighting like HPAL DK and shit, we wouldn't win it at all anyway. Go to the Demon Hunter at 3. Probably play with the DK. DK is probably your best bet. I mean, we've not seen a single double DPS yet either, and we played like 50 games of Rogue Mage Choose. Played Rogue Mage Choose for like 4 hours with Aegis. Didn't see one single team that didn't have an H-Pal or a Feral. That I could think of off the top of my head. There might have been like one or two, but it was pretty much Feral H-Pal or Feral Disc or one H-Pal Mage and then like 3 different H-Pal locks and then I think like 1 Priest lock. And then I think there was like 1 Hunter healer as well. And then I think it was Magnus playing Warrior Dragon. I think he was the exception. But that's still like not double DPS. Yeah, so it's like, I don't know. This is why you don't open without the kidney. Like, I can't actually do my rotation at all. It's just cheap, cheap, cheap. I got like 1 global off because he's orc. Yeah, we won a few games. Now we're in the H-Pal every game bracket, so it's gonna be a lot harder now. It has renewal out of this. Pops himself out of my blind. Another bop. Found him on the bop though, so that's really good. I might get a re-insap the Pally. I get rooted so I don't get a resap. He gets a clone though. I get trinket with the clone. Oh, I was like half a second away from having kidney. Well, cheap shot. I needed dance. Eyes are out. That barrel, if he grabs it. Doesn't bear, even though it broke. Roll the emerald. Re-T the big of this crit. Agent is stunned. Cloak the fear. Nothing they can do. He should have just bopped himself out of that and then Wings holy shocked the guy for 6 million. Got us this weekend? Yeah, probably. I don't know if I'm gonna stream it though, because there's just too many people that Q snipe and dodge and shit. What's the meta in Kata? Red DK, Jungle, and RMP, and Roguelock. And then maybe some triple DPS, some Thug Cleave. But just hunters, rogues, mages, locks. But actually Peekaboo Feral? That's not. I think my skin is visible already. I got you. He whispered me asking to AWC on Twitch. I didn't answer, but I don't even remember that game. Waiting a minute on Hunter Stealth. Comes out in like 10. I get flared, feels bad, man. They let me get a read though, he doesn't even Hunter's mark me. Crazy. It looks good. I mean, it's okay. We're just playing a little lower rating than I was earlier. So, who's the Boomy? It's Sam. I am on Boomy. Oh, he's pumping. That sounds like my shuffle lobbies lately, man. I had a triple paladin lobby even. It was double H-Pal ret pally. When will they use CDs? Find out next time. I mean, League is just as toxic. The strat is just be good at first-person shooter games because that's all normies care about. Be like some drunken frat boy Call of Duty person, you know? Max out on brain rot. Balls well, GG's, man. Choose deflated. Maybe like all the brackets are really deflated except for Blitz. Or did he take a shuffle or something? I think he just left the shuffle. The archaeology days. I mean, that's quite the throwback. I hate the noises for flying with the soar. I'm guessing the mute annoying WoW sounds add-on would mute it though. Every symbols will give you 2 10 combo point finishers, yeah. It's a lot of damage on secret tech, especially with Trickster and like flag stacks. I was spamming gouge before he shadow stepped behind me and it didn't go off. Try to stop bubbling, okay. Yeah, with 10 combo points, it actually stacks with like how much energy and dance charge and flag stacks you get to. Like 2 10-pointers and you've basically done most of your flag stacks, which is kind of nice. GG's, man. Proofy work on PTR? I don't think so. It's also faster to just spam double jump. I measured it out with the stopwatch. I pull out the stopwatch, right? And I go from here to like the end. Now let's do it with double jump. Oh, it's kind of rigged. I had a false start there. Really false start. But yeah, it's also just like immunity to knockbacks because it like undoes the momentum. If you get hit with a knockback, you just start gliding forward. Which is huge when you're like getting like Ellie Shaman Dawn and stuff. It's just going to be such a massive buff to melee mobility. I don't know how they're going to balance it. Spoiler, they're not. They're going to take everyone's money and then they're going to turn racials off in PvP. That's the only card they have left because I think Dragon is a crazy can of worms to just give to everyone. Cool cosmetically, but because they have so many more customization options than the other races, but different hair highlight colors and stuff like that. But I mean, they do that shit when they make everyone go orc and ungo orc every other expansion. They're just trying to farm some race changes. Love that we have 3v1 CC with none of them. They're both in CC, no trinket. And then he just passively gets a little dragon pet to come out and heal him. It's not even the dragon being low, it's like his teammates being low. The past or future self or whatever just goes out and heals through that guy. That's sad. I think I just added dots here. Dancing for the healing, literally, to not die. Was it like 0.5%? Like that next tick of bleed is gonna kill me if I don't just waste my dance. Well, I guess we're in the Magnus bracket. Sucks I'm not playing healer DPS. I wish double DPS was more viable, it's just always so terrible. I think I'm gonna go back to doing blitz. LMR's too high and Sam's gotta go anyway. Could just call it there too. I don't think I have 3s yet. I mean, healing's been way too strong, and yet still no one wants to heal, and that's why the queues are so long. I don't think the 90-second trinket change was needed. I think they could have handled the CC nerfs much better too. Why play double DPS? Because it's fun. I mean, it's not fun losing, but it's fun having like a limited resource of health and having to like hit and run and play around CC and do stuff. Like, it should be viable. Builder just has had a massive hate boner for double DPS2s forever. I wish they would like add some kind of battle fatigue, like permanent dampening in like the other brackets too for like blitz. Like, there should be some kind of baseline 20-30% damp or something on healers. So they're not like tanking like 2 or 3 people easily. Then people would feel like, and let people just duo Q as double DPS. I think that'd be really good too. It would be, because the game's already so bottlenecked in every bracket by healers. It'd be nice if there was just more ways to play the game. Yeah, those 2s were fun. Let's do one more blitz. I don't have 3s yet. Slice dice is a bug for sub? What do you mean? Like the getting slice now on finishers? No, I thought that was for Asa, but it's a passive for all of them. So all 3 specs get cut to the chase now, which is like another element of dumbing down. intended. So yeah, that's the quality of life things. You get auto slice on all the specs, and you get faint off GCD, and then you get way more damage. And then Dragon might be really good for sub. I think Night Elf is still mandatory for Outlaw and asset, but I think knocking someone around a pillar and going them is going to be huge. And just being unknockable is crazy with double jump. Like, really broken. How's echoing work? So echoing is a passive on backstab if you pick it on the choice node. Where it's like if you just do a finisher after using symbols, you can buff a backstab. But like I never press backstab ever, and I'd rather do more damage on the finishers, so this is just better. I could try this though and just see if it feeds into itself infinitely or not. Like if I symbols right and I have, nah, it didn't give me more blue points when I did a backstab. Like right, I have 3 blue points. I did an empowered finisher. I do a backstab, and now I have 2. Yeah, yeah, it just buffs backstab. But in general, backstab is just terrible. With multiple symbols too, symbolic might be good. Especially if you abuse the Shiv bug where Shiv applies it. But I think Trickster could be good too, just because even though Nimble Flurry is annoying and it'll still break CC, Coup de Grace doesn't CC yourself anymore. And you get the extra range on Sap and like the 8 seconds off blind CD or whatever. And you get way more crit chance. You get this extra 10% crit, which is really good with the 6% crit here. That's like 16% more crit on the Secret Tech. And you get cooldown reduction on Secret Tech. PTE macro, sure. I don't know if I had it open. Normally this is at the bottom. I just retargets if you're not targeting an enemy. It's really good for like feign death and stuff. I put it in everything. .7 Darkest Night Finality 10 combo point with flag stacks. On a good. On an actual player, that'd probably be a little over 2 mil. Yeah, I mean, if I was playing Trickster, it would be way less. That's just... And if I was playing a not flag too. Let's say I did this. Like, the amount of stuff that has to line up for that is kind of crazy. Let's say I did something like this, right? At 1.4 non-crit. I compare that to... Didn't really get any non-crits on that go to compare it with. I'll have to do it again. And then pray for a crit. Yeah, you just can't BTE and meld or it'll bug out. You have to like proc subterfuge first. There's a lot of bugs with it, but at least it'll start resetting its cooldown in the anniversary patch, but I don't know how much I want to play Outlaw without step, to be honest. If it was like a choice node where I can pick between grapple and step, sure, but pretty brutal. Yeah, you basically will go to 3 grapples with Fatebound. I think. So yeah, if I go here, You baseline have 2 charges of grapple. Technically, I think that's 4 then. Because they both will give you Fate Bound. Yeah, you'd have potentially up to 4 grapples. But that's assuming you don't just get micro CC'd and it bugs out. Yeah, if I do boop, boop, boop. It does, yeah. Combo points spent is what gives you the stacks of mastery. No, it doesn't matter how many points you press it at, but you want to spend a bunch of combo points to buff yourself, yeah. You could pre-flag and then kidney. It just sucks that you can't do kidney and then like flag that reliable, or cheap shot and then flag that reliable. I have 2 WoWs open. Public test realm doesn't count, but I also have just 2 subscriptions. So I generally have 2 different accounts. That's how I play like 2 different shuffle queues at the same time. Or play like classic and retail at the same time. Part of streaming. Otherwise the queues are too long for like solo queue stuff. Yeah, flag just gave you 1 combo point, so it like, and it worked with blades. It'd make the rotation like 500 times less shitty. Otherwise, it's just too much ramp up. Because Orc is just way too overpowered as always. There's nothing like cheap shot, 1 finisher. Cheap shot at full combo points. The worst feeling ever. Because if you press any button, you're gonna stun gap. And even then, like, your restuns are like shorter than the global. You like, the 3rd cheap shot is literally like shorter than the fucking global it is to use it. Like, I'd rather they just like kill triple DR in general, and then like rebuff normal CC back up. There just needs to be more value per global on CC. It doesn't just make doing good PvE always higher prio. Like, it feels so bad to be babysitting a third sheep or a third stun, even though it's good. It just doesn't even, like, you know. 'Cause it's such a sacrifice for such a little reward. Rather than just having less CC, but having more value in every CC that you land. It also help with balancing Cyclone, because Cyclone has just been the best CC in the game by a mile for like the last 2 expansions in a row. Not meant to be the same duration as Poly and Fear. It's just too overpowered, being the only CC that doesn't break to air when everyone's AoEing every global. And being the only CC that doesn't get dispelled, especially when it's harder to MD and nowadays with the long cooldown, slow cast time, and mana costs of MD. There's just not really a natural predator to fucking Cyclone. It's just it's like the only CC that works. Not even like good clones of like keeping people low HP or stalling out defensives or anything. It's just like the only one that doesn't just get broken by everything. And people can't even overlap with it because they're immune. So people can't just like, you know, not only can they not accidentally break it, it can't be dispelled. People just don't accidentally overlap with it. I mean, blind would be way too OP if that was the case, but I just think they need to make a gigantic pass and fix all of the AoEs breaking CC across the board. Like, they have the technology to give certain AoEs special treatment and being smart AoE. They need to just do that to every AoE in the game. Like, why does Asa AoE Shiv not break stuff? Like, there's no excuse for any of the passives to break anything. Like, it should just know that the target's in CC and not break it. Like, I'm over this fucking Mythic Plus Dungeon PvE fiesta for like the last 5 years. But yeah, I think I'm gonna call it there for a bit and go get some food and stuff. Sorry I was a little late today, but catch you guys tomorrow.